community impact in the Washington metropolitan region. So welcome. And we've got Michelle Freeman, owner and CEO of the Carl M. Freeman Companies, a 74-year-old real estate company that specializes in land acquisition, planning, development, and management of residential and retail properties, and also was part of Halcyon. Love to see our next judge up here, who's a familiar face. So we've got Panos Kostopoulos, the co-founder and CEO of Proxy Foods, also BarkTank winner from last year. Proxy is a DC-based SaaS company that empowers food and beverage enterprises to optimize recipe formulation through AI-powered precision. Beyond his role at Proxy, he's also co-founded and served as director of Cell Ag Greece, a nonprofit organization committed to advancing cellular agriculture and other innovative, sustainable food technologies. So, good to see you back. And if you don't know him already, Ted Leonsis is a venture capital investor, filmmaker, author, and philanthropist. He is, as the founder, chairman, and CEO of Monumental Sports and Entertainment, he's the majority owner of the NHL's Washington Capitals, the NBA's Washington Wizards, the WNBA's Washington Mystics, and Capital One Arena. So thank you for being here today. And we have Zachary Leonsis, president of Media and New Enterprises, overseeing all of Monumental Sports and Entertainment's media operations, team right agreements, and media revenues. So in addition to all of that, Leonsis also oversees all corporate development activities, which include corporate M&A, private equity, and venture capital investment opportunities. So thank you for being here. And last but not least, we have Nancy Hilliker, VP of Revolution Growth. So thank you so much for being here today. All right. So we have a great group of judges who are spending their evening here. We're so honored to have you all. Before we go into the pitches, which we're here for, just a little bit of housekeeping for everyone. We have 8 teams who are pitching randomized order. Each team will have 3 minutes to pitch the judges. You guys have 5 minutes to ask the questions. And then in between, we'll tell you a little bit about entrepreneurship at the Hilltop while they're judging, and a couple of the resources that we have here. So if you want, follow along at eship.georgetown.edu/bark. And I think all of our participants know this, but this is what the judges will be scoring on: feasibility, team, values, and impact. So, everyone take a deep breath. Are we ready to get started? All right, first up, we have Enna Health presenting.
Hello? Hello, everyone. My name is Nirmal, and I'm a co-founder of Enna Health. Cancer patients grapple with overwhelming side effects from chemotherapy treatment. Exhausted from battling the disease, many patients struggle to convey their ever-shifting symptoms. In fact, over 60% of symptoms go unreported, and doctors simply cannot treat what they do not know. This communication gap results in unmanaged symptoms and avoidable complications. In fact, over half of cancer-related ER visits can be prevented through better symptom management. Enna aims to solve this by enabling patients to easily track their symptoms, convey that information to dashboards, and share it with their clinical teams. Oncology practices that offer symptom tracking utilize tools that take up to 20 minutes per entry, leading to low patient adherence. Other tools that cater more towards patients aren't geared towards cancer or are not optimized to share that information with clinical practices. Enna has been designed to enable patients to input their symptoms in less than 60 seconds in entry. and patients can view insights into these symptoms. We are also designed to be used throughout a patient's cancer journey, unlike our competitors whose tools are often designed to be used for just a few weeks at a time. We have features that are specific to cancer, including 100% HIPAA compliance, enabling caregivers to input symptoms on behalf of patients, and many more. With Enna, patients can track over 44 categories. Our platform embodies cura personalis and men and women for others. While oncology has long focused on refining treatments, regimens for optimal outcomes, we believe that caring for every symptom and every facet of a patient's well-being is paramount to their quality of life, and that leads to better outcomes. After trialing our platform, a Mayo Clinic oncologist said they can get more out of reading our report for 5 minutes than an hour-long patient interview. Very briefly, here are just a few images of our platform. The US represents a $700 million annual market, and the international market is $4.8 billion. We just recently established our first international partnership with the Philippines Lymphoma Society. Our monetization strategy is two-part. In our B2C arm, we employ a freemium model, charging patients $6 per month per patient. And in our B2B arm, we partner with oncology clinics and research institutions with revenue streams including clinic and hospital subscriptions. Our app is live on the Google and Apple app stores, and we are currently testing it with hundreds of cancer patients and clinicians prior to the launch of our pro version by the end of this quarter. Our aim is to achieve $70 million in revenue by 2030. Our team is composed of cancer survivors, oncology people with experience in oncology tech, medicine, and many more. $30,000 would be critical in enabling us to accelerate patient acquisition and more. Thank you.
It's a space I know pretty well. I'm lead director investor in a company called Tempus. We've raised $1.5 billion.
Okay.
You're boiling an ocean here.
Mm-hmm.
How are you going to get the data? How are you going to get into every one of the cancer centers?
Right. So that is something that we're currently working on. So we're establishing partnership with key players in both the U.S. and international markets. So we're actually working with a hospital network in the East Coast that is establishing a brand new oncology wing in the next year. And they've already agreed to partner with us to introduce this to every one of their patients. And we're also looking at other like societies and nonprofit resources that are sort of available to patients and partnering with them to introduce our product to their patients and clinicians.
And is it because of the app? What is it? Why are they agreeing to work with you?
I think it comes down to a couple of things. One of them is that for physicians, this improves patient satisfaction and efficiency. So by enabling better control of symptom management, patients feel better taken care of, and that enables better increased physician satisfaction. Physicians utilize our report prior to walking into their patient sessions to help guide the whole conversation of those sessions, and that leads to an increase in efficiency, which they really appreciate. For patients, this is dramatically improving their quality of life. So one of the things which we like to say is every new oncology drug takes around 10 years and $2 billion to create. These drugs are considered a success if they can add weeks to months to a patient's life. According to an NIH systematic review that looked at patient-reported outcome tools like ours, symptom tracking can lead to an equivalent 3 to 4 months of added life in patients with advanced cancer. And it's doing this at a fraction of cost and already incorporating into the workflow that patients are already experiencing. So we're adding value to everything that's already in the system.
I feel like you were about to give us some more detail on what the $30,000 would be used for. So
sorry, I think when I was testing the mic, I ran up for a few seconds, so I apologize.
You did a great pitch. There you go.
Thank you. So in terms of the $30,000, primarily we go towards patient acquisition and continuing to build our B2B partnerships. So generating users through B2C is going to enable us to get the data to generate more traction with B2B partners is currently our plan. And then the other thing is to continue to write our product. So we are conducting extensive interviews with patients and clinicians who are trialing our app. Like we've talked to hundreds of patients and doctors and caregivers. And based on their feedback, we're continuing to refine our product to better serve these patients, caregivers, and clinicians. And so the $30,000 would go towards those three categories.
Tell us about your leadership team.
Yes, absolutely. So Abdullah is one of my co-founders. He is a cancer survivor, and he's also a patient advisor at Memorial Sloan Kettering. Due to his extensive work in sort of promoting cancer and promoting sort of patient support in the cancer space. He also has a background in go-to-market analytics at Flatiron Health, which is an oncology tech company. Our coder, our engineer, is currently completing his PhD in computer science at Carnegie Mellon, which is like one of the premier computer science programs in the country. And we've also recruited 5 additional members who are currently completing their MBA, and they all have a background in Y Combinator and the startup sector. We also of note, we have 9 Georgetown students, some of who are in this undergraduate students who are in this auditorium, who have also joined on, and they've been incredible support.
Thank you for your presentation. Just could you just comment on the B2B business? I didn't quite understand who your client is and how you're charging for the services.
Sure. So our B2B platform, so we partner with oncology clinics directly and hospital networks. So there's a recent change in legislation earlier this year in February that now for using patient-reported outcome tools like NHealth, physicians can be directly reimbursed through Medicare. So we can take a subset of that sort of reimbursement, and that generates an additional revenue stream for physicians while enabling them to take better care of their patients. Similarly, for clinical trials and pharma, improving symptom tracking at every stage in the sort of development process leads to better drugs and better treatments for patients. And so we are offering a tool that enables them to identify side effects earlier and sort of develop their product faster. And so we would charge them sort of a license for every patient that they use in our app.
Just talk about traction to date and how you think about the next 12 months.
Yeah, absolutely. I can talk about that very quickly. Oh, no problem. Thank you.
Love the enthusiasm. All right, good work to NHealth. Now can we have a round of applause for NHealth? All right, while the judges are making their judgments all over there, we've got a little view into what BarkTank finalists have collectively accomplished. So, odd to say, very proud of them, because that's saying I'm very proud of myself, but one of the companies to pitch in year 1 was Kit2 Super Coffee, who has actually gone on to pitch on Shark Tank, largely inspired by BarkTank, and raise over $150 million, creating over 200 jobs, and has been valued at $500 million. Other standouts include Adlumin, local to DMV, who just closed this week a Series B at $70 million. And them, amongst so many others, some of who are in the audience today, continue to grow, pursue entrepreneurial success, and truly make a difference in countless people's lives. So, again, very Georgetown. All right, and so as our judges are wrapping up on their judging, we have up next will be Georgetown Reuse.
Hi, my name is Rita Allen. And my name is Elizabeth Packard, and we are 2 co-founders of Georgetown Reuse. In 2021, when we moved on college campus, we noticed 2 problems. First, moving to a college campus was expensive and unsustainable. And second, at the end of the year, most students don't have the time or energy to dispose of their goods responsibly. As a result, the average college student produces 640 pounds of waste each year and spends $1,200 at move-in annually. For Georgetown, that's over 4 million pounds and $9 million. This cycle of consumption and disposal exacerbates financial inaccessibility and contributes to landfill emissions. With 72% of Gen Z taking action to reduce their environmental impact and 75% of U.S. college students experiencing financial stress, students want a sustainable and accessible alternative.
Georgetown Reuse is the solution students are looking for. We collect donations from drop-off locations and prepare these items to be sold at highly reduced prices at pop-up sales. Our operations are driven by seasonal student demand. Our move-in sales primarily consist of dorm items and school supplies, while our weekly pop-ups focus on clothing.
In our first year of operations, we diverted over 6,000 pounds of waste, generated over $8,000 in revenue, and provided 591 customers with local, affordable alternatives.
Georgetown Reuse has already begun transforming this wasteful, linear system of consumption into a sustainable circular solution. Our demonstrated success has been driven by our Georgetown values of being people for others and not only caring for, but actively protecting our common home.
Our team's diverse experiences have enabled us to tackle this problem, while our strong networks have laid the foundation for over 15 partnerships and counting.
By tactically investing the $4,500 from Georgetown Entrepreneurship Challenge, we were able to significantly increase our inventory capacity and sales efficiency, resulting in an 164% increase in our average sales revenue.
With the high market demand for secondhand goods, alongside the pressing urgency of climate change, we are driven to find avenues of growth, many of which could be feasibly realized with $30,000. We would expand our impact by acquiring shipping containers for year-long storage, upgrading our sales and inventory infrastructure, and obtaining e-commerce software.
With these improvements, we would be able to divert over 50,000 pounds of waste in the next year and increase our annual revenue potential to over $60,000.
In just 6 years, climate change will reach a point of no return. Our team, customers, partners, and community all believe in the urgency of the growing waste and climate crisis and the need for solutions now.
Much like the name, our impact starts with Georgetown, but our circular model belongs on college campuses nationwide, and we're ready to see that implementation through.
Thank you.
So, in your research, did you find anyone else doing this on any other college campuses?
Yeah, that's a great question. We actually have slides for this. So yes, we have found that there are other college campuses doing this. However, we have found that we have the competitive advantage for a couple of reasons. First, we are a 501c3, and we decided to become a 501c3 because it would allow us to work within university administration framework. Second of all, so we have that, and that goes into our student participation aim. So we grew from 6 founders to 63 team members. The second thing is accessible pricing. So we developed a proprietary pricing software to allow our pricing to reflect both the quality of the item and the brand of the item, as well as make sure it is within the reuse standards for pricing and accessibility.
Can you talk about the purchasing habits of your customers and whether you have B2B partnerships if things aren't selling as quickly?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. So we predominantly, with our customers, our pricing model is pretty much trying to both make accessible pricing so any student can buy any item, but at the same time be expensive enough so that it doesn't promote consumerism, so that you really buy what you need. And so for the most part, our customers consist of students. And then for the goods that we aren't able to sell, we do have on-campus community partners, one of whom is a different environmental group on campus where we give the higher quality clothing that doesn't sell for them to do clothing swaps. We also tend to be very specific with where we donate items. We like to promise our customers or just the people who donate to us that everything will get a second life somewhere. So for example, with denim, we try to donate to Madewell specifically because they use that for housing installation. And then for items that aren't high enough quality to be repurposed as clothing or a dorm supply, then we'll typically give to like textile recyclers.
What happens when you graduate?
Yeah, that's a great question, and one we also have a slide for. So we are positioned towards expansion, both on Georgetown's campus and other campuses. So with this money as well as other revenue that we've raised just through our operations, we're expanding and trying to capture the market potential of Georgetown in and of itself, as well as that we are looking into establishing an advisory board, because ultimately we don't want this to just be something that is happening throughout our time at Georgetown. All of us founders are really passionate about environmentalism and the causes of climate change, and so we want to be able to reduce our impact in ways that seem both feasible and something that everyone in Georgetown can participate in.
So let's say you're able to execute, and this is on every university campus across the country. What's next? What's like the next growth area? Can you take this to apartment buildings? Can you take this to hospitals? Like what would be the next growth area?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think our circular model, part of the reason why it works so well on college campuses is because we tailor it to college students, but we absolutely could see ourselves expanding to boarding school campuses. They sometimes have similar models of, it's the same idea where there are certain items that you just don't need beyond college. And then also there are certain routines such as Halloween costumes that you're not going to wear twice and you kind of need a second home for it. That's very specific to college students, teenagers. So I think we see our model expanding definitely to other universities, other boarding schools for sure, and any sort of model that kind of resembles a college-like situation, if that makes sense.
So I love your energy and passion. It's just great. It's infectious. I'm curious about the long-term sustainability. So does the margin you make on the goods you sell pay for the administrative cost to run it, or do you rely on third-party donations as well?
Yeah, so we are financially sustainable without grants. More so, these would be positioning towards expansion. So on Georgetown's campus alone, we generated over $8,000 in revenue, and those have been reinvested into our operations.
And then just to add on to that, most of the costs that we kind of need financial support in order to invest in are fixed costs, but all of the variable costs like monthly website subscriptions, if we'd like to expand to e-commerce, having an online platform, those we absolutely can cover with our own revenue. It's mainly investing in storage containers, which is a fixed cost, but the parking space that we'd rent to put the shipping container in, that would be about $200 a month, which we absolutely would be able to cover with our revenue. And with our investments, we would be able to have sales more frequently, sell more items at these sales, because that's a great limiting factor for us right now. And so our overall revenue would also increase, which would make it more feasible.
Thank you, Gastari, so much.
All right. Thank you for your pitch, Georgetown Reuse. Let's give them another applause. That was incredible energy. They really were prepared for a lot of questions that y'all had. All right. So while our judges are putting down their feedback, please join us on November 1st for an exciting Zoom event where we'll explore the connection between food technology and its application as it relates to human health and medicine. I think we see a familiar face up there as well. Our panel of experts from Georgetown's entrepreneurial community will include one of our very own judges, Panos, who will discuss his experience using policy, biotechnology, and entrepreneurism to improve the nutritional value and flavors of our foods to really address specific health and sustainability challenges. So, feel free to scan the QR code on the screen to learn more and reserve your spot. And without further ado, we're going to move on to our next company here. We have OpenGrid.
Hello. OpenGrid, urban EV fast charging, made easy. I've been tempted by electric vehicles for a while, but carpooling with a friend in his EV gave me a pause. As a driver, you're not certain about whether you have enough users in your stations. However, in the give me a pause. The driver loved everything about the car, but shared his frustration about charging. Curious, as prospective EV buyer, I did some digging. In the entire DC metro area, there are only 5 fast charging stations, and for those in multi-family homes like me, options are even more limited. 40 million people living in rent homes have almost no access to electric outlets in parking, leading to severe charging inequality in the electrified era. Better and cheaper EV models are coming every year, but not so much on the charging side. Why don't we build more public chargers? Here's why. As an operator, you're not certain whether you have enough users to make up the cost, and you don't have access to the best urban locations that near users. Lastly, not every place you choose has the power supply you need to set up fast charging. Open Grid changes again by analyzing where drivers live and bringing the chargers close to them. We then partner with local businesses, providing them the hardware free of charge to unlock their locations for our stations. Our proprietary solutions are designed for scale, achieving fast charging based on standard power supply.
So we'll recover our costs through a subscription-based revenue model. Users will be able to define exactly how much charge they need on a daily basis, and we will offer a monthly subscription package to suit that need. This cost stability allows customers unprecedented ability to plan their lives financially. And, moving on. So we are 3 Georgetown MBA founders who want to do business for good, rooted in Jesuit values. So we bring our combined experience in operations, finance, strategy, and business development to crack the code for equitable access to fast EV charging. Alongside our technical team and advisors who have 35 years of experience in EV charging, we have already designed a prototype that is just waiting to be built. And furthermore, our customers love the idea. We've already identified 18 early adopters and 2 potential site hosts for our charging stations. So with their commitment, we are changing the game for EV owners everywhere, increasing access wherever we can. We are already working with Hoya developers to create the mobile app software, and we plan to have an MVP charging station in the DMV by Q1 of next year. With your $30,000, we'll hire a lead developer to unify the app software with the charging station hardware, and we will be able to deploy 2 charging stations in the DMV and open the grid for everyone. Thank you.
Nice work.
Thank you.
So how much does a single portable charging station cost, and how many cars can it refuel before, I assume, do you recharge it? How does that work?
So our MVP is gonna cost around $10,000. However, the full-fledged prototype version is gonna cost around $15,000, and installation is another $7,000. And it will be able to charge around 15 to 10 cars per day, because it's only going to take you 15 minutes to charge, and the battery itself is going to take roughly half hour to recharge the battery. Batteries is inside the charging station.
It recharges by just plugging in the wall or something? Or?
Yes, we're gonna plug the station into the infrastructure, so it's able to get electricity, recharge itself from the main.
Can you talk a little bit more about the site partnerships? Are you compensating them for that space, or are they compensating you for bringing new customers?
So the current plan is that we will provide the charging stations for free. The reason for that is that we are primarily a customer-facing business, and we want to be able to focus on actual EV drivers. By charging site hosts for the stations, we may be creating conflicts of interest. And the flip side of that is that by charging on a subscription basis, we are able to properly define the payback period for each charging station. So given the high cost, even with the high cost, I should say, the payback period for those charging stations is about 1.5 years, compared to some of our competitors, such as Volt, who their payback period is 3.5 years. So the economics make clear sense there when compared to that example.
I think Elon wants to create a business that essentially does this and uses a shared model with Ford and all of the companies that are creating it, and the more he'll be able to buy, the lower cost it would be. What is scale for you? How do you get this to not be at $10,000? How do you get this down to a very low price?
Yes. So we have, as you can see, we have very close knit team with the technical developers. Actually, one of our advisors is sitting right there in the center. He's here today. So we were working very closely to kind of bring down the cost of each piece, and we have broken down the charging station, and we know the supplier price tag of each piece. So we are pretty confident that we can, once we scale up, we will be able to offer it at a reasonable price to achieve DC fast charging for the society.
Will you walk me through the subscription piece again and explain the subscription piece again?
Yes. So our pricing is here. We're gonna charge people $120 per month, and they can come to our station to get 10 kilowatt hours battery. If you're not familiar with that, that is equivalent of 40 miles of range. So you can come here to get 40 miles of range every day, and some people will consider us as a top-off service. So we are essentially filling a gap in the current charging landscape. We are not like being competitive. We're not like competing with other public charging network. We're just trying to mitigate the gap between suburb fast charging and what's missing in the urban area.
Do you have a marketing cost of acquisition case yet? Have you developed that? Get the customers who would subscribe.
We are trying to push out the marketing piece of it alongside the MVP development. That's why we need your money to get the MVP out there. So we know for sure. We know there's a very high anticipated interest in our customer side because we have identified early adopters in 2 buildings in Crystal City and downtown DC, and they want to use our service, but hopefully we can deliver that using our MVP.
Sorry if I missed this, but how did you land on the pricing? Just because I can think about myself driving 150 miles to Philadelphia and it's $100 a tank, so 40 miles for $120.
Yeah. So the pricing is comparable to what other providers are offering, like Tesla, Electrify America, EVgo. So if you look at per kilowatt terms, our pricing is 40 cents per kilowatt hour, and there are 45 cents. So we want to make it comfortable for people to switch to our program. So we are providing convenience on top of that price premium.
All right. Thank you, Open Grid. All right. So as our judges are putting down their feedback, in addition to all of the great programming for our current Georgetown students, we also offer many ways to help alumni entrepreneurs grow their businesses. So I can tell you from experience that being an entrepreneur can be lonely. A lot of entrepreneurs also talk about therapy, but instead of therapy, you could go to the Georgetown Venture Lab or do both. So the Georgetown Venture Lab is really to help you not just start, but also scale that business with others to be there to support you. So there's a vibrant community of Georgetown entrepreneurs, experienced coaches, private investor events, dedicated partners. The Venture Labs network is huge, and it's ready to support you and your startup. It's a dedicated workspace for full-time alumni entrepreneurs who want to launch and grow their businesses with the support. It is conveniently located at WeWork in downtown Washington, D.C. Beautiful space, and they're also for a collaborative environment. And if you are looking to invest in Hoya startups, there is the Georgetown Angel Investor Network. So they were launched in 2019, GAIN. They've already championed multiple companies. There's a super active alumni investor group, huge deal flow. They're regularly seeking new investors, budding startups, passionate volunteers. Their priority is to support Georgetown startup ecosystems with an angel investing platform that both engages and leverages the power of everyone here. So scan those QR codes if you are interested, and I think we are ready for something before a pitch. All right, so before we move on to our next pitch from Orbit, guys, get ready. We have the fortune of having 2 lower level tickets to watch a Washington Capitals game of one's choosing at the Capital One Arena in downtown DC. So these are compliments of the Monumental team. So thank you all very much for this really generous giveaway. And drum roll, please, to see who's going to be the winner. The winner of our first giveaway tonight is Philip Chadwell. Philip, are you here? Oh, yes. All right, you can come and collect your prizes later. If you don't worry about it. I'll take it. All right, so up next, we have Orbit. Welcome to the stage.
When I was a child, video games filled my world with magic. But as I got older, that magic started to fade a little bit. And I tried all this immersive tech to try to bring it back, but nothing could quite bring back the same sort of magic. This problem, my problem, is the defining challenge in the video game industry. For most gamers, immersion, the feeling of really being inside of a game, is the most important decision factor for gaming-related purchases. And the whole gaming industry knows this. I mean, they even gather around in conventions to talk about it. But despite billions of dollars being spent developing better immersive technologies like virtual reality, they've hit a brick wall. VR is still unable to give us what we want. It's missing what everyone is calling a killer application, the ability to provide true wonder and joy. And nobody really knows how to fix that. And that is where we come in. I'm Steven. That there is my friend and co-founder Colton. We are 2 of the most high-octane engineering lunatics you've ever met. And we built the solution. Over the past few months, we made a neurotech device that sits right behind your ear and sends electrical signals to the balance systems of your brain to generate illusions of movement even when you are perfectly still. So if you're in a VR racing game and you swerve, you feel that turn in real life. And if you're flying through the air, you feel yourself flying through the air in real life. The virtual experience becomes indistinguishable with reality. And if that sounds a little bit like magic, it kind of is. And it's amazing. We've built VR's killer application. We've created the solution this $60 billion industry hinges on. And that's just the beginning. Our mission is to leverage this gaming product to build the biggest social impact project to ever come out of Georgetown. Half of Americans develop balance disorders before they're 50. 250,000 more of us have these crippling balance disorders that upend their entire lives. If we build this neural interface for gaming, we can leverage it and slap an accelerometer onto it and build a generalized hearing aid for the balance system. We could help millions of people walk again and work again and live their lives again. We are going to do that. But back to the present. In April, I stood on this exact stage and said that with $10,000, we could build a fully functioning prototype. And we did it. Now, with $30,000, we can get this product to launch. We are going to build a multi-billion-dollar company that is going to change the lives of millions of people. All we need is for you to take one chance on us, and we are going to go shatter the universe. Thank you very much.
The second, because this is actually in his wheelhouse completely. But explain the technology piece to us, like I'm 57 and never have gamed.
So, most people think we have like 5 senses, but that's actually not true. And probably the most important sense is your vestibular sense. And it's an organ right behind your ear. and it measures balance and movement. And we just send electrical signals right to it to basically tell it what we want it to know. And so you feel like you're going forward, you're turning, even when you're sitting in your chair and you're doing nothing. So we connect that to a game, and you see yourself move in the game. And you're like, whoa, I'm moving in real life. But you're not, but you think you are. So you think you're inside the game. I didn't mean for any of this to be funny.
There's like a general health concern about shooting electricity into someone's brain,
Where's Rita?
right?
We have a slide for that. So obviously safety is a big concern all the time. We're building it for ourselves, and like we are generally pretty. I mean, we stay up all night doing stuff, so it's not a good metric. But my metric is if I wouldn't put it on my mother, I wouldn't put it on anyone else. And we just pour through articles. This is a pretty good one. They do almost exactly what we do, except instead of being able to modulate it, they just sent the current through. And over a 5-day period of consistent stimulation, they found no like even medium term effects. And so we more or less feel good with it.
You mentioned just like sending the electric current to tell the organ exactly what you want it to say. Like, how do you figure that out?
Yeah, so this is really funny. Dave wants me to tell this story because he thinks it's really funny. But I read a bunch of neuroscience articles, as we do, and we started stumbling onto these people who are saying like, oh, you can't do this because of X, Y, Z. And I kind of looked at it and went, well, that doesn't really feel true. And so we went to Safeway, bought a bunch of foam electrodes and 9-volt batteries and connected it to our heads to test them out. Whereas Monty in the crowd, by the way, I tried it on him first in the HFSC. And we were like, wait, we just did something that they didn't say they said like we could not do. And so we sat down, we started working on it like seriously. A little bit later, I brought in Colton, who is like the genuine like engineering genius in our team. And we just started cranking out things where like you go to like lead vestibular professors, and they're like, no, you can't do it. And we take it out and we're like, try it. And then they try it, and then we have to explain how we did it. And it's really, really, really cool.
Can you talk a little bit about customer acquisition costs and how you plan to get the product out there?
Yes. Honestly, a large amount of the customer acquisition stuff is just we try it on people, and they're like, okay, like when is this coming on the market? Because like people like I was gonna say those people, but people like me, we buy these like knee pads for like $700 that so we can see our legs in virtual reality. And it's just like it adds a little bit, and we save months to get them. And this stuff completely transforms the experience. But on that side, we also have some team members that are helping us with that. Someone actually who was on earlier slides, Jake Takiko from Super Coffee, helping us with distribution. And where's David? David, who's on the gaming side, who helps us a lot with that.
You know, a big problem with VR is that after some time people get dizzy.
Yes, they get dizzy because there's a vestibular ocular mismatch. So actually, when you put this on, you don't get dizzy anymore.
So you can use it for a long time, you'll be fine.
Exactly.
And I've seen a similar device to cure Parkinson's disease. Have you checked that?
Like a device that tackles Parkinson's? I know there are a lot of transcranial direct current stimulation ones that are supposed to tackle Parkinson's and Alzheimer's, but as far as I know, and this is limited, the efficacy is not super like well tested.
You mentioned gaming and then like a health application. What's your focus? What's your target?
Our target is gaming, actually for 2 reasons. Someday we will do medical technologies, but right now it's like we need to go through FDA and probably through de novo, not just the 510K. And so let's build a $1 billion company with this market that's ready. The $60 billion market is our entry market. And then we are going to go figure out the rest of the stuff with all the resources we have. And the other reason is if we build a medical product and we needed to make money off of it, we'd have to sell it for a crazy amount of money. Half of people have this problem. We don't want only a third of people to be able to afford it. That's why we're doing gaming first.
Can I try it?
Actually, this is really cool. They wanted me to do this too. I know we're almost over time, but there's the like Steve Jobs scene where it's like, oh, like what is that like smaller pocket in your jeans like used for? And so Colton figured out a way for us to be able to like cram this into a small pocket.
Try it after. Yeah.
We all wish that you had asked that question at the beginning.
Yeah, I know. I regret it.
All right, so while we're all rethinking about our gaming experiences, we are going to talk a little bit about Georgetown Ventures Demo Day. So Georgetown Ventures is a robust community. Oh, wait, before we talk about Georgetown Ventures Day, we need to give another round of applause. We forgot to do that for Orbit. Okay. All right, so Georgetown Ventures is a robust community for students interested in entrepreneurship here at Georgetown. These students run a student-to-student startup accelerator, providing student entrepreneurs with student consulting services and professional mentorship. Homemade was one of those companies, so we appreciate Georgetown Ventures. They also sponsor speaker events, other ways for students to come together around a shared interest in entrepreneurship. So again, check out the QR code on the screen to learn more about how to join Georgetown Ventures, support them, and then, of course, come to their demo day on November 14th. So I think we are ready for our next pitch. Up next, we have Reservoir.
Good evening. My name is James Azar. I'm the CEO and founder of Reservoir. How would you define your life's work? Maybe it's your educational credentials. Maybe it's your work experience. Maybe it's your professional certifications. Each of these unique attributes defines your life's work. But the challenge is you don't control any of this information. You're just ones and zeros in this digital world that we're living in. This is wreaking havoc across numerous individuals and businesses across our economy. Reservoir is going to solve this multi-billion-dollar problem and the inefficiency that it creates. Your information is spread across a collection of third parties, data brokers, and aggregators. They have become the source of truth on what you've achieved in life, not you. They hoard your data, making it vulnerable to manipulation, and they gatekeep it from those who need it most, making it inaccurate and expensive to access. We want to change this. We want to become the new single source of truth and disrupt all of these aggregators. And we're going to do it with something called the Reservoir Credential Cloud. On this common network, there will be numerous participants, including academic institutions, large and medium-sized organizations, and other businesses. We are going to give them the capability to issue digital credentials directly to the individual. Think of this as Apple Pay, but for your credentials. Every member on this participant will benefit from this efficiency, solving issues with access, accuracy, and cost. The first market that we're going to break into is higher education because they have a massive brand and data problem. 41% of Americans are lying about their educational degrees, and on top of that, a $7 billion diploma mill industry is fueling those lies. At the same time, universities will spend millions of dollars every single year to scrape social media about where you work and how you've advanced in your career because less than 10% of alums actually report that data back to the university. This was our hypothesis, but we went and validated it in the market with over 25 different folks. Our university registrar said, I have zero control over who can claim that they have a university degree. An advancement team said, data brokers and aggregators, they're too expensive and they're inaccurate. This makes it incredibly difficult for universities to raise funds and engage with their alums. Winning BarkTank would allow us to continue the design work that we've already kicked off with Georgetown and expand the development of our MVP. And on top of that, it will allow us to build some additional demand from other universities. Georgetown was built on integrity, ethics, and empowering the individual to be their most authentic self. Reservoir stands for these same values, and despite the looming threat of disinformation across our world, we believe that truth still matters.
Great, thank you. Could you just comment on the business model, how you make money?
Yeah, absolutely. So it's going to be a B2B SaaS platform, just like a lot of enterprise-grade SaaS that's available on the market. It will be sold to these different entities, academic institutions, large and medium-sized businesses, and they'll subscribe to that like they do to Salesforce or any other enterprise-grade technology. And then as the individual, you would download the app and now have control of those credentials, which you don't have today.
Are you working with Georgetown, the registrar, and people internally on this?
I am. We actually, they were our first customer. We have revenue from them, and we just landed a design partnership with them as well. So working with registrar and the Office of Advancement. And if the CIO is listening, I'm coming for you.
And whose budget is it? Is it the CIO's?
This is probably going to be spread across a couple of budgets. Still trying to figure out the buying center here within the university, but will probably be the Office of the CIO. I'm sure the registrar as well has a budget, as well as advancement. They already have a line item today for capturing this information. We're going to do it better, cheaper, and far more accurate.
Who are you? What's your background?
Careful,
Where'd you go to school?
Careful, I could be full of crap. Before Georgetown, I just graduated with my MBA in May. But before that, I spent 10 years working at the largest software company in the world, positioning software to clients across 7 different industries. My whole life experience has been helping laggard companies or not very innovative companies adopt technology to further strategic priorities. I wanted to get out of it. That's why I came to B school, but apparently I'm going to go sell again.
What's your unique selling point? Why existing companies will let you disrupt them? You have more data. What kind of magic trick do you have?
Yeah, I think the way we're going to win is really on our experience for our customer. So I've had the unique opportunity to look at some of the existing systems that these teams are using today. It's absolutely terrible. You'd be surprised how many companies, even in higher ed, but large enterprise still use Excel and a lot of manual entry for these things. It's a terrible process today, so I think one of the ways we're going to win is by delivering a better experience to our customers. And I think on top of that, we're going to have better, more accurate information. These data brokers, aggregators, just buy and sell data all day. It's hardly accurate, and this is why university teams are struggling. Right now, around 12% of alums actually give back to their alma maters across the country. Not saying data alone will solve that problem, but anyone who runs a data-driven business will know you need to know everything you can about your customers so that you can activate them, engage them, and try and convert them.
Can you talk about the mechanics of how the product works? Does an employer, for example, ask for someone's social security and that's how they verify it? Is there a biometric component? How do you think about the product currently and how you think about it in the future?
Yeah, sure. Let me get there. Okay, so this is a early stage of what this product would look like. So this is an example. If I'm a Georgetown alum, which I am, I have the opportunity now to share my credential directly with whoever needs to actually receive that. We do have some future aspirations of breaking into the applicant tracking systems, the Workdays, the success factors of the world, where we can actually connect the credential right at the top of the hiring funnel. So if you're in HR, for example, you know that the health of that hiring funnel is actually much higher because you've pre-vetted folks right at the top versus at the end of the line. We also want to do some integrations with LinkedIn and Indeed and some other career platforms, to increase the legitimacy of their networks, to bring truth and accuracy to their networks. So this is an example of what it would be for a diploma. If you are an employee of a company, we want to break into maybe the single sign-ons of the world, where instead of just getting a push notification from Duo Mobile that says, yeah, I'm James, maybe I am, maybe I'm not. This, you can use a biometric scan to confirm that's who you are, which has some ancillary benefits as well.
Really quickly, will you walk us through the revenue piece of this, how you're building the revenue model?
Yeah, 13 seconds. Going to charge $250K, 25% customer acquisition percent, which is an industry standard in SaaS, 10% for customer support for servicing clients, which gives us a really good unit economic on a per customer basis.
All right. Thank you very much for the pitch. I think probably made a few folks nervous out there. And now thinking about, now that you're credentialed and you're validated, now we're looking for our next internship to kickstart our careers. So you can spend your semester interning part-time for a startup or a high-growth company through Georgetown Startup Interns. When you're not at work, you'll be attending asynchronous in-depth skills workshops taught by outstanding entrepreneurs, inspirational guest speakers. So if you are looking for a summer internship, go check out GSI Global. You can get matched. We're matching high-quality students with startups around the world for a truly unique international internship and cultural experience. I believe, yes, this summer students will be going back to Mexico City where they were before. And it looks like an incredible opportunity. If I were an undergrad or a grad student, I would totally do that. So check it out. Again, if you are looking for an internship or a full-time job, register for the Virtual Startup Career Fair on November 15th. It will be on Zoom 5 to 7, and this Startup Career Fair brings some of the most innovative startups, high-growth companies together to offer Hoya's exciting career opportunities for internships, full-time jobs, all within the startup ecosystem. So if we are ready to roll on to the next pitch, everyone get your QR code. And up next, we have Celeb.
That doesn't even begin to include incentivized reviews, sponsored content, paid ads, you name it. This is just fraudulent reviews. We're here to solve this. Celeb holds you accountable for your recommendations. You want to recommend a product? Show us that you purchased it on your own dime. Show us that you have skin in the game. How it works, very simple. You connect your email, we create content for you using machine learning. You populate that into a feed, and you make money off of conversions. Initially, we're going to make money through affiliate revenues. Tomorrow, we become the biggest marketplace powered by recommendations and receipts. We take on Amazon head-to-head. Traction. Initially, we were like, this is a weird idea. People sending us receipts. It's very sensitive information. Are they even going to do this? So we started out testing in basically a private Instagram account with 100 of the coolest girls that we know in New York City. And, today we're getting over 500 receipts every single week. It's a bit much, too much to keep track of. But we're influencing tens of thousands of dollars from this one Instagram account. So that's why we need your help. We need your help to basically get this from an Instagram account to the App Store by February 2024 to our 5,000 users that are on our pre-launch waitlist. We celebrate Cura Personalis in two different ways. One, by empowering the individual and recognizing their individuality and their taste profiles and allowing them to monetize that taste. And two, by protecting vulnerable consumers from all the misinformation that abounds and by arming them with genuine, trustworthy information to make informed purchases. Thank you.
First of all, nice job with the whole microphone debacle.
Appreciate it.
You got to be able to think on your feet as an entrepreneur. So, who else is doing this out there, if anybody, and who's your competition in this space?
So the competitors are definitely the companies that pride themselves on sort of like bringing power back to the people, democratizing influence. So you have, Kale, you have SwayPay, you have, these types of apps out there, and even Flip, one might say. I'm sure you guys have seen those codes going around on Flip. But all of these apps sort of serve the same purpose of, the individual. We're going from legacy media to influencers to people, and they are really trying to essentially empower them by creating content, sharing that with folks, and then getting compensated for it. The problem that I see with a lot of the platforms that are like that out there is that it's just super high friction. Like, we don't need another social media platform, period. We certainly don't need another one where we have to create content for it. So we make it so easy for our users by making it low friction, seamless. You connect your email, we take care of the rest. It's not like you have to create short form content or Instagram posts or anything of that sort.
Don't a lot of the influencers from Manitoba get the stuff for free?
Sorry, what was that?
Don't you get the stuff for free? I mean, you're counting on,
yes,
I'm
exactly.
legit because I bought it.
100%. So that's why receipts are the backbone and the DNA of our product. And so unless you have a receipt of something with a dollar value, basket value, you can't put it on the platform. So anything that you're getting for free is not necessarily going to be displayed and exhibited to your followers. So it's anything that you've purchased with your hard-earned dollars that actually hurts your pocketbook, because then people are interested.
Could you talk a little bit more about the product itself? So obviously a receipt gets submitted and it's an image. Do you have some machine learning that's reading that image to understand, what product they purchased and from where?
Yeah, so we're working on that right now. It's not as complicated as it sounds. Luckily, one of our advisors kind of worked in a similar space with sort of like scraping of the emails. And basically how it works is you run a script through email inboxes, and then you basically use relevant parameters to look for order confirmation emails. Then you extract SKU level data to find sort of item description, price, pull those images, and create content out of that. So by the time I log into the app, I'm looking at 50 of my last purchases, and I get to select which ones I want to showcase.
Automatically. It
Sorry.
goes through your email automatically.
Yeah.
It pulls them, so you don't even have to upload it.
Yes, exactly.
So is Cool Girl now defined by your receipt? Is that how?
I think we're all cool girls. No, I think it's funny because I feel like I get influenced by just people who are around me. It doesn't necessarily need to be someone who's into fashion or into things that I'm into, but I mean, like, even my boyfriend, like, he has an 8-sleep mattress, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I want an 8-sleep mattress now. Like, it's just, and it feels like when people are telling you about a product that they genuinely love, it resonates more than seeing it on an ad. You're seeing it contextually with people that you trust, backed by evidence, and that's the real difference.
How do you get people on the app? Is it friends referring friends, or what is the customer acquisition?
Yeah, so for the go-to-market strategy, we're going to be concentrating on influencers, ironically. It's going to be mainly people who have carved out their own niches in the internet, so not like proper millions of follower Instagrammers necessarily, but maybe like a TikToker with 30,000 followers who has a really strong following, really engaged, super loyal, and she gets everyone to see what she's buying because they're all super interested. They know she's genuine. So people like that, we're going to start with 200 of them, then go on to 2,000, and then keep scaling from there. But the end goal ultimately is that, anyone and everyone who buys something can influence other people and make money off of that.
2 questions. Tell us about your leadership team, and you said that affiliate revenues would be driving your revenues. Will you walk us through that?
Yeah, for sure. So founding team is me and my sister. Luckily, we can de-risk some of the co-founder issues there. But yeah, I mean, the last 2 years, we've been living together, working together the whole bit. So it's a lot, but it's amazing working with my sister. She's a technical co-founder, graduated from Stanford, degree in engineering, so she's a CTO. I'm an MSBer, so finance, and I take care of sort of like community and growth, and then she's mainly in charge of engineering and product. It's just the 2 of us right now. And in terms of affiliate revenues, so how that works is I'd say on average, take 10% of every order that flows through our platform, and then we would split that 50-50 with a user. Yeah, thank you.
All right, So I've actually been targeted by celeb on Instagram, so cool to see the founders in person. All right, so students can apply to join Georgetown's Venture Capital Investment Competition Team. Global VCIC is the world's largest venture capital competition with over 120 university and graduate school teams competing. VCIC is the only place where students get to be VCs for a day, and startups get an accelerator for the fundraising process. So always looking for startups to serve as their case studies. Please use the QR code on the screen to learn more. Also, come out to the Venture in the Capital Summit. So Georgetown's second annual student-led conference, really exploring the intersection of venture capital, entrepreneurship, and public policy. Meet with, learn from distinguished Georgetown alumni and industry experts as they share their invaluable insights and experiences with the community. So, event is open to all members of the Georgetown community and will be held on January 26th. And just giving the judges a little bit more time, so before we move on to our last two fabulous pitches, I have the fortune of having in Aveline's hands an autographed Washington Capitals jersey from NHL All-Star and Stanley Cup winner TJ. Thanks. All right, I just displayed my stripes, and not the most avid fan, but that's because we have other fans in the audience. So thank you again for Monumental Team for this generous giveaway. And can we please have a drum roll? The winner is Carmen O'Connor. Is Carmen in here? Did she go to the bathroom? All right, well, while we wait for her to come back from the bathroom, let's please give a big thanks to the Monumental Team for these incredible giveaways. I guess we'll depend on the honesty that's within Georgetown students here today. All right, so we have our second to last pitch. Shonda, please come. Oh, there we go. And we have our second to last pitch here today. Please come on up.
My name is Dumi, and I'm thrilled to introduce Shanda, a solution that makes it easy for small organizations to edit their podcast interviews. Shanda is a Zimbabwean expression for work, and tonight I want to share a story about a time when I created a platform that helped people express their work. Zimbabwe, my home, is a beautiful place with beautiful people, but it endured 4 decades of political dictatorship, which stifled freedom of expression in the media. To amplify people's voices and show curious personalities in my community, I started the Zimbabwean Voices podcast, and it was incredibly meaningful and had a really meaningful impact on my guests and their communities. However, I found podcast editing extremely painful. In researching my pain point, I discovered that 75% of people, despite there being 460 million podcasts, and I discovered that despite there being 460 million podcast listeners, the podcast industry was booming and was growing at 30% a year. But despite there being 6 million podcast titles, 75% of people that started their podcast didn't get past 4 episodes for the following reasons. It takes 4 to 6 hours to edit an hour-long recording, $100 to $400 to outsource, 3 to 5 days to get your content back, and existing solutions like the one you see here are way too technical to use for the average person. In our quest to find a solution to make editing easier, Shanda was born. And to show you how it works, we used a real example from the Washington Capitals podcast and ran it through our MVP. Step 1, using a monthly subscription model for $20 per month, they sign up to our platform. Step 2, after their recording, they simply upload their audio file. Step 3, with the help of AI, they can actually edit their podcast just like a Word document, then upload their intro and outro music to brand their content before sharing it on Spotify for their listeners to stream. To differentiate ourselves, we'll focus on two key areas. Number one, our aim is to make the most simple and intuitive platform on the market. And secondly, our aim is to position our brand for small organizations. We focus on them as they have a greater need to use interviews as a platform to connect with their communities. On our waitlist, our initial target audience segments include startup ecosystems, affinity groups, and nonprofits, with a focus here in the United States with a long-term vision of scaling globally. As a subset of the podcast market, our goal is to focus on an interview-based segment, which has a market size of $1 billion. Our team is comprised of people with over 20 years of combined startup experience. And off the back of winning Rocket Pitch, we are now able to launch our product at the end of the year. We want to work on this full-time after we graduate, and the $30,000 will help us to refine our product by adding video editing, build our brand, and fund business development activities. Our big dream is to empower organizations around the world and to show curious personalities with the tools they need to amplify people's voices like I did. Thank you.
That was really unexpected. That was really, really great. So did you really work with them and do the podcast?
Yep, I did 35 episodes.
He's the
still
customer,
recording.
He's the client.
Yeah.
And the distributor going to be a software company.
Yes, B2B SaaS company, exactly, for small organizations specifically.
And that model is pretty well known, as we saw by one of the other presenters. Business model, cost of acquisition, lots of competitors. How are you going to get it out there?
Great question. So the way in which we look at the market, it's pretty traditionally people have used audio or video to edit this specific type of content for this medium. However, more recently, you've seen more podcast-specific apps, as you've mentioned, coming to the market. So I've used all of these products in producing my own show myself, and they're really hard to use. And then secondly, they're also not the most well-positioned, or they're very diversely positioned for B2C and B2B. So for us, number one, as I mentioned before, want to provide a more intuitive and simple user experience. Secondly, position our brand specifically for small businesses rather than B2C. And then beyond that, of course, I think that the kicker is the brand strategy. So of course, we can do those first two things, but we want to think global, but then also act local. When you look at all these other apps, they speak as if they're speaking to an American consumer, but there's a whole world out there with stories that, need solutions like ours. So we want to be a global product, but engage with listeners and our users on the local level through partnerships and the right community-based engagements. That's the way we think those three things we can differentiate ourselves with.
What's the pricing like for customers again?
$20 per month, and it costs, I guess, one podcast costs about 36 cents to make. So pretty good margin as well. And I think on average, let's say they make about 10 hours worth of content per month, they still have to make a gross margin of 82%.
What are your revenues today?
So we built an MVP. So zero to answer your question specifically. Right now, our MVP can just run transcripts too. We're building in the audio functionality now. It'll be ready in a month. We have people in our waitlist. We've engaged McKinsey as well to do our beta testing. And off the back of that, I think we can hit 100 users within at least the next 4 to 6 months, then learn from them before we look at scaling going forward.
Thank you. Could you comment on the overall market size? Because on one side I saw 6 million podcasts, but then I thought I heard you say something like $1 billion market. Can you reconcile those two things?
Great question. So right now there's 6 million podcast titles that exist and 70 million episodes on the market, which means an average episode per show, or about 11 episodes per show. So if we say 6 million times 11 episodes per show times a per episode cost of $50, which is the average cost of making the actual product, that's 3.3 billion. 30% of that 3.3 billion is at 1.8 million users, times the 11 episodes times 50 makes the $1 billion market size.
Thank you.
So I heard you talk about you called it a B2B business. Is part of what you're proposing then to bring it to nonprofits for a reduced rate, or is everybody paying the same?
I think for now we want to do a freemium-based model, but for now even we'll pay a flat rate. Off the back of that, we then see who are the extreme users versus not, but generally want to make it affordable to democratize it as much as possible. So nonprofits use it because they see value in it, but they will pay. And they are, from the ones that we have engaged with, they're paying way more for other stuff. So we think we can do this more affordably.
Could you partner with companies such as Spotify, where they host all these interviews, and you just provide them the tool, and you have all these customers, and you just provide them an easy solution, or you have to go each customer individually, and then they will decide on which platform they will upload their interview?
So what Spotify do right now is they do what they call hosting and publishing. So our big idea is to almost skip that step, so you can edit and then distribute directly from there. However, you can still download if you want to. Download from us and upload to Spotify to then publish there. From a partnership perspective, honestly, I think it would be great if they acquire us in time, because we're adding more functionality on the editing piece, because there's a lot that comes in before uploading to Spotify. So we would be a good acquisition target rather than a direct partner, if you will.
Could you talk a little bit about your team?
Yes, so prior to my MBA, I started 3 startups. So my skill set is in sales and bringing startups from 0 to 10. I came to Georgetown to learn how to scale. That's why I'm here in front of you. My friend Paul is our product lead. He's a Georgetown MBA technical co-founder now as well, and he's leading product. Dan Kwan, I met at the Venture Lab, who's a more technical senior software engineer. Karan is our software dev, who's overseas now, and we're going to be bringing him in-house with more interns from the startup community.
All right. Thank you to the team. And as our judges take a look at judging, we're going to go into a deep question about what are you doing tomorrow? So if you have no plans, or even if you do have plans, cancel them so that you can learn from visionary entrepreneurs, forward-thinking investors, influential policymakers who are already using entrepreneurship to tackle the world's most pressing global challenges. The Global Entrepreneurship for the Common Good Forum will be the place to be. There will be a book launch. There's going to be panels on impact investing with intention, consumer goods for the common good. And for those of you who are on the dating scene, there's a can't miss fireside chat with the Hinge founder and CEO, Justin McLeod. So registration space is limited, but there is still time to reserve your spot by visiting this QR code on the screen. And if we are ready to roll, we have our last pitch of the evening, Soul Step.
Data reveals that 42% of adults experience undiagnosed foot pain. In many cases, this leads to serious complications, and just saying that makes me want to limp. Because this is a significant problem that affects 110 million people and puts them at risk of severe musculoskeletal disorders. SoulStep will empower every single user with the ability to actively monitor their biomechanics in real-time health data. Our Soul inserts are embedded with sensors that actively monitor a wide range of health metrics, such as gait analysis and the level of ground impact from each stride. Now, what's really important to understand is that many companies are out, not many companies, but a couple of companies are out there, and they're focused on smart orthotics, but their market is primarily athletes. SoulStep will be focusing on the U.S. military. Every single year, we lose a significant number of recruits due to unexpected foot-related injuries during basic training. SoulStep will be there to provide them preventative care through technologies that they did not even recognize that they needed. Our MVP, our prototype, we've tested with more than 20 different adults, and they've all experienced great satisfaction with our product and a high willingness to pay for it. Our revenue strategy will consist of two main streams. Number one, monthly device sales, and number two, number one, wearable device sales, and number two, a monthly subscription service that will enable users to have high levels of insight into their foot health data, but also connect them with healthcare professionals in their area that will be able to address any corrective action. So this is a really big market. In the United States alone, $2 billion. SoulStep, we have really deep connections with the military, specifically with a special operations unit. And they have defined us as they want to be early adopters for SoulStep, and they really like what we're able to bring to them. They alone represent $16 million of revenue opportunity for us, and we are confident that within 1 year we can achieve $1.5 million of revenue. After success, we move on, and we'll address the rest of the military, which represents $730 million of revenue, and then the rest of the market, which is athletes and general public. So why should you believe us? Everyone can come up in here, they say that they can sell. It's a great product, and the world needs healthcare solutions. We have 80 years of healthcare experience, 45 years of corporate sales and strategy, 35 years of military defense leadership. We're ready to sell this right now with your help and $30,000. We will operate with strong Jesuit values through our IEP philosophy, improving the lives of all of our users, educating our communities on gait health and analysis, and promoting care for the whole person from the ground up. And if we are fortunate to win this, we will invest in marketing and sales, scaling our operations, MVP development, and more. We hope that you are happy to help SoulStep support the lives of every human one step at a time. Thank you. Welcome to SoulStep.
So this is the team, clearly. Can you introduce everyone, please?
Yeah, I'll start, and then everyone can introduce themselves. Omar Wilson, I'm an executive MBA student, graduate in May. I work for Boston Scientific, global medical device technology firm.
Mika Rabb, I'm an executive MBA, graduation 2024. I am in healthcare. I'm a senior embryologist at Shady Grove Fertility.
Sean Caralla, also with IMBA. And I will not give my company because I'm supposed to be in class right now. At least that's what I told them. So.
Hi, I'm James Hart. I'm also an IMBA classmate of these guys. I'm an Army veteran and currently a policy advisor in the U.S. Senate.
So you're selling to the soldiers, or you're selling to the military and they're giving it to the soldiers?
Sir, the idea is to sell to the military, to the units, the military themselves, so a B2G model for now. And the soldiers would be able to keep the devices for their entire, as long as the device lasts and continue to use it in their personal capacity.
And the subscription, who pays for that?
So that would, again, be the soldiers could use that for personal uses in their spare time, and then once, their military services ends. So our idea would be to hopefully retain some of those customers through that subscription model.
Omar, what was the inspiration for this business?
My father was an avid walker, and he was experiencing foot pain as he continued with his life. He used to take me on walks all the time, and I ended up hating walking because of how far we'd have to walk. And and I developed foot pain as well. And so I have plantar fasciitis that I didn't recognize until long after the onset. And I was able to get corrective orthotics to help me fix and be able to run better. So it's pretty personal for me. And when I look at all the people in the world, and I'm a healthcare professional, I'm trying to figure out what is going to be my mark and my legacy in the world, and how will I be able to bring something to the market that can improve the lives of people. And so this was a pretty easy concept.
And is the data going someplace? Is it going into the cloud? The military has the data and says, oh, you can't walk if you weigh X, or you have this kind of data. What did they get with the data?
Yeah, it's a great question. The data, we think, is the key to all of this. We are going to send data analysts to the units to embed with the physicians and the physical therapists who work with the units to identify problematic traits. And over time, we think we'll be able to, find correlations and causations eventually to then intervene preemptively. So that's the ultimate goal. And then that data will feed into the commercial side on the B2C side, because we'll have through these units using them, we'll be able to control for so many variables that we think we'll have a lot of really interesting insights to bring to customers outside the government.
Can you please talk a little bit about the product specs? Does change the hardness? What are the sensors? How does it work?
Yeah, so the product specs, we can't give too much of it out, but we are in partnership with a manufacturer who is developing our prototypes. They've sent us a prototype that we've used on different athletes to test out, and now we're giving them the configuration of we're working with the engineer, and we're giving them the configuration of the sensors that we want, and then we're going to pursue IP protection with that. In terms of like comfortability, it's very easy to fit inside of your sneakers, even if you already have a corrective orthotic. So if users do recognize that they have problems and they need a corrective orthotic and they use that in their sneakers, they can still use SoleStep to ensure that how they're moving in the world, their level of pronations is constantly fixed, and they still have proper gait health analysis.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great pitch. Who do you imagine wanting to acquire this business? Is it like a sneaker company, or is it a medical device company, a technology brand?
I'll take this question. Yeah, so after we move from military, we want to go into athletics and eventually general public. And so we're looking for somebody like Nike to acquire us. So that would be our end game.
That $400 price point makes sense to sell to the military, but might be a lot for an individual.
On the sneaker.
Yes, and I have an answer for that as well. So when you think about custom orthotics, the average price for a custom orthotic is between $200 and $800. And so when you think about elite athletes, LeBron James spends $80,000 a year just on his podiatrist and getting custom orthotics. So we're right along the price, industry standard price point for custom orthotics, and that's exactly where we want to take this.
We'd love to bring it to Monumental and show you how it works.
What's the inroad to the military? How do you get to those guys and women?
Sure. So we're starting in the special operations community because their contracting requirements are a bit more lax than the larger military. They have more flexibility to purchase products quickly and to prove their efficacy. So that's what we're focused on.
All right, so that concludes this evening's 8 pitches. So while judges are taking the time to finalize their scores, I want everyone to get their mobile devices, also known as your cell phones, ready for the next moment here, which is the People's Choice Award. So here's the number. Anybody can vote, so everyone grab your phones, text this number. Make sure that you actually text the number of the startup that you're voting for. We're going to leave this up for a minute. Anyone who's live streaming can also vote. And while we do that, we're going to wait one more minute for our judges to add in their scores, because Ted, it's going to be my honor to introduce you in a minute, so just want to make sure that you're good. All right, while Ted is finishing up his scoring, I'd like to invite him on up. Obviously, we introduced him before. We all know who Ted is, but he is also a national recognized entrepreneur, investor, philanthropist, sports team owner, also Stanley Cup champion. I do know the Stanley Cup. Award-winning filmmaker, and also an inspiring mentor. So Ted loves BarkTank. He's why we're here. He loves Georgetown. He loves helping entrepreneurs chase their dreams. So thank you, Ted, for being here for tonight and speaking with us today.
I'm going to pull an audible. I'm not going to speak very much. First, when I made my first venture capital pitch to the chairman of E.F. Hutton and Company, he said, "I don't understand a word you said, but you could sell snow to Eskimos." And I walked into a meeting and I drank some water. It said, "hydrogen mineral water." And I said, "This is the greatest scam of all time. Isn't water hydrogen? And I know this is one of your products." So I said, "Sell me a bunch of these. I want to see how they do." Everything that she said was true. I love the university. I love everything that we're doing in making Georgetown really the the greatest community, greatest place where we want to build businesses that serve others. And that's really what the ethos of the community is. I started my first business here on the campus selling snow cones, red, white, and blue snow cones. Be a patriot. And there was no infrastructure. There was no venture capital firms. There was nothing like this. And so I'm making it a part of my philanthropy work to really spawn this as a movement, because I think with all of the bad things that go on around the world, you get in front of these people, these young people who want to change the world, but do it by giving back through great ideas and innovation. And I really think it's the most noble thing that we can do. And so I don't want to speak anymore. You've heard a bunch of the entrepreneurs. I wanted to bring up one of last year's winners. As you know, these are prizes. These are gifts that we make to the university, and the university passes it through to the student entrepreneur. There's no responsibility with it. And now several of these gifts have been turned into kind of venture capital or pre-venture capital. And now these people are starting businesses. And every year they're getting more and more perfected. And this whole ecosystem that's being built here at the university is being utilized and tapped into the right way. And I've gotten involved personally now with several of the entrepreneurs after they've graduated and started their businesses. And I wanted to bring up Panos, who really is kind of a poster child, if you will, for the greatness of the program and what Jeff and Paul have created here, and really serve as an inspiration for all of you on how he did it, because this is a really, really interesting case study on what you can be doing on the go forward to make something great. Panos, come on up.
I feel I have PTSD from last year. I'm still stressed. Good afternoon, esteemed judges, fellow entrepreneurs, Georgetown community. It's an honor to stand before you with a story that underscores the profound impact that BarkTank can have on those who remain diligent and focused. The last time I stood here presenting Proxy Foods, being stressed like now, little did I know then the incredible roller coasters of a year that lay ahead. But let me assure you, this isn't just a competition. This can be the beginning of a very remarkable journey, transforming your life and many others. Everything that exists first had to imagine. Such platforms like BarkTank bridge the gap between vision and reality, between aspiration and achievement. So a quick recap of last year. We're pitching here, we win the first prize, we bag the prize money, I quit my job, I pay my rent, it was very important. I have a memorable dinner and then go back to work. Part of this work was to learn how to paint. And some of these people know the story. For those that they don't know, it just highlighted the importance of preparation and how a unique approach can capture attention. Proxy Foods now is brink of a transformative moment. I'm thrilled to announce publicly, and that's the first time I'm doing that we oversubscribed our initial funding round of more than $2 million in an impressively short time. Thank you. Our cap table is really remarkable, and our mission is clear: change forever the way we feed our planet. I could dive deep into our achievements, but today is not about that. It's about the magic of platforms like BarkTank and those who power them, such as Zach and Ted Leonsis. Which brings me to smart risks. There is a certain type of risk that, when taken intelligently, offers immense upside with limited downside. These smart risks can be the stepping stones of changing your life. Example, BarkTank epitomizes that. What's the worst thing that could happen participating? You spent a few hours, valuable hours, working on your pitch. Maybe you get disappointed. You get some free food, some free merchandise. But what's the upside? Sky's the limit. And I'm here as a real case example. It's essential then to establish the right objectives and take these calculated, smart risks. Ted Leonsis mentioned in his book, The Business of Happiness, which I wholeheartedly recommend for those who haven't delved into, that his journey started by drafting a list. I would encourage you to draft your 101 goals to accomplish in your lifetime. And for all the students there, the Georgetown students, the esteemed students, start doing that, and maybe your first thing in your list could be participating in BarkTank and maximizing your value, or even clicking at the top prize based on your ambition. So, who would have thought a year from my presentation I would be engaging in insightful conversation with Ted Leonsis? And without going into many details about the relationship, I would like to highlight two aspects of Ted that profoundly impacted me personally and my team. Number one, the quality of his character. Number two, his work ethics. He consistently showcases, and I really mean it, kindness to everybody, including members of my team, and that we will never forget that. Regardless of their position, he showed so much patience. We did many mistakes. He could be very different, but he was always very kind. We will never forget that, and because character is critical for entrepreneurship. Businesses are people, and if you don't have the right character, you're going to have problems. Why? Because leadership is a potent combination of character and strategy. And if you're allowed to lose one, that's the strategy. Why? Whenever you start a battle, even the more meticulous plan will fail, even the most meticulous strategy. What will keep you going is your character. And of course, when you're building a company, the team is your backbone. They are one staying up late, sacrificing things, believing in you, giving the most valuable asset they have, their time. And this is where your character will remember. Another example. Ted was Washington Capital One Arena, at the same stadium where he was sitting next to the President of the United States. Later the same day, he was cleaning the stadium for many reasons. Do you think that the employees, many years from now, will remember that he was sitting next to a president, or he was next to them cleaning? These are examples of how character is crucial. So that brings us to the next part. Love what you're doing. Being passionate about what you're doing. Why? You're going to find so many reasons to quit, so many reasons to stop what you're doing. But if you're driven by love for what you're doing, you'll find a way to push through. And this isn't just a motivational mantra. It's grounded in neuroscience. Dopamine, once believed to be our brain's reward molecule, is now understood to be fuel motivation. We can definitely experience pleasure without motivation. So it's less about the joy of achieving and more about the thrill of the chase. Winston Churchill said, "Success is stumbling from failure to failure with no loss of enthusiasm." Every step towards your dream, every hurdle, every late night grind, these aren't setbacks. These are badges of honor. And back in the day, in ancient Greece, Persia, and all these places, the general that had the more scars was the most respected person. So, on top of that, I would like to focus on something else that derives from BarkTank and the Ted Leonsis family, and that's the Georgetown Venture Lab. It was critical for me and for many entrepreneurs, some of them were presenting today, to have a roof, to be next to people that you share the same pains, the same happiness, the same happy moments, the same fears, and they're part of the overall general Georgetown community. It's not just a place where you go work. It's a place where it becomes your second house, especially if you spend so many hours in that. So it's much better to be your next, to live in your house that you spend so many hours and going to your Georgetown house with your friends and spend again so many hours. Therefore, Georgetown is not just an institution, it's a launchpad. BarkTank is your rocket. So strap in, do your homework, prepare for a journey that's out of this world. Here we're not just students, we're visionaries, architects of tomorrow, nurtured by a legacy of excellence. And as we grow and Proxy aims for the stars, we promise that we will strive to give back. For flowers to bloom, they need the right nutrients. I've been fortunate to receive more than I've given, and my commitment is to enrich the soil for the next generation of entrepreneurs, be it through financial support, creating tech hubs, providing opportunities for Georgetown students, or helping such important initiatives like BarkTank. Therefore, to wrap things up, success is not about only hard work and dedication. It's about aligning your work with your passion, with what you really believe. Build genuine relationships and taking calculated, smart risks. It's about nurturing the spirit of entrepreneurship and letting it guide you, especially when you have dark moments and the path seems uncertain. Dream big, implement wisely, and embrace the journey. It was this ethos, this idea of truly understanding and valuing relationship that the Leonsis family epitomizes. Their contribution to Georgetown community, to BarkTank, to the Venture Lab, isn't just about funds. It's about belief. And I can tell you that with my hand on my heart, and I know how the team is working doubly, triply, for the team, for TED, for our mission, for each other. We take care of each other. And that's why I'm so confident that I could go tomorrow to work with these guys. I don't care, honestly. My heart swells with immense gratitude. Zach, Ted, we're really grateful. My BarkTank mentors, Matt, Howard, Dr. Labuda, Lainey Clark, Jeff, Ben, Pete, Bob, who's not that interested now. All of these people that we did so many things together, and they helped me profoundly. And I hope one day that I will be able to give back some of the gifts, the invaluable gifts that you gave me. With the right support, the right character, and the courage to embrace both success and failure, we can redefine the boundaries of what's possible. And as Nelson Mandela said, it's always seemed impossible until it's done. Thank you very much.
Give it up one more time for Panos. All right. There we go. Please join me in thanking our amazing MC for the night, Mackenzie Lloyd. All right. And we're not yet ready to announce the winners. We have a special presentation before that. So I am going to welcome the Dean of the Business School, who we are so lucky to have a dean who actually used to teach entrepreneurship classes, and he gets it, and he's incredibly supportive of what we're doing. So please join me in welcoming Dean Paul Almeida.
Let me just tell you, entrepreneurship took off the moment I stopped teaching it. But good evening. I know you're waiting for the end of the evening when we award the prizes, so I'll be brief. I just wanted to say this. We were discussing at our recent board meeting, how do we create peak moments? What are peak moments? They're moments that you, when you're old and gray like me, by the way, I can't become gray because I'm already bald, you will remember 20 years from now, 30 years from now, 40 years from now about your education and say, wasn't that cool? And I think this is a peak moment. I don't know about you, I was excited by almost every presentation. I thought each one had something so special to offer. I loved it when so many of them were quivering with excitement when presenting their ideas. So let's give all our presenters a big hand. And obviously, thank you to all our mentors. If they win, you can take all the credits. And if they don't, you can keep very quiet. But thank you to the mentors. And thank you to all our judges. I'm sure your decisions are just perfectly right. And we look forward to hearing them, but thank you for the effort in bringing this evening together. Now, why has BarkTank been possible? Of course, because of the tremendous efforts of Jeff and Ben and their group of Georgetown Entrepreneurship. But also because of one man whose name you've heard a lot of today, and that's deservedly so, Ted Leonsis. Now, we've heard that Ted is a successful entrepreneur, philanthropist, and venture capitalist. Ted has shown us what is possible when you use innovation for the common good. That's such a Jesuit idea. He's made an immeasurable impact on our programs over the years through his leadership with the Entrepreneurship Advisory Group, as well as through his generous contributions to our pitch competitions, the Venture Lab, and entrepreneurial initiatives throughout the university, including this evening's Leonsis Family Entrepreneurship Prize. Now, the prize was established in 2016 to support Georgetown students in their ambition to launch new business ventures that positively impact the world. If you think about this, since its inception, over $850,000 in prizes has been awarded to 60 different ventures. And those ventures have gone on to raise more than $295 million. And we talk about the common good. They've created over 1,000 jobs. I truly believe this, that business and entrepreneurship are the best solutions that the world has to solve not just economic problems, but social problems, and apparently medical problems, and what's the influenza problems. But Ted has not stopped there. He continues to be a long-standing partner and advocate of our entrepreneurial initiatives. And tonight we have a special announcement. We're thrilled to celebrate that Ted and his family have given Georgetown another $5 million for Georgetown entrepreneurship. This gift will make sure that we will have BarkTank forever. And so, it's so important that students, not just now, but 10 and 15 years later, will be building on your ideas and continuing to make a great difference to the world. And through his gift, we will establish the Leonsis Family Venture Development Program. Ted, your generosity has not only transformed lives, but has also inspired us all to be better, to do more, to give back to the world in whatever way we can. We're so grateful for your continued leadership, your involvement, your compassion, your humanity, your commitment to our school and university, and for always being here with us. Will you join me and please give Ted Leonsis a standing ovation.
All right. Thank you, Ted, Zach, as well as Lynn and Elle, other members of the Leonsis family. Thank you so much. We're going to announce the winners here in just a moment, but I have another special announcement. Ted mentioned this earlier, but some of you may have heard the story. In 1976, when he was an undergraduate here at Georgetown, he started his entrepreneurial career. He heard a story that there was going to be whatever million number of tourists visiting Washington, D.C. for the bicentennial. And he decided, what do a lot of tourists on the National Mall in July need? And of course, the answer is snow cones. So his first business, Snowco Loco, he sold snow cones to tourists. So tonight we have snow cones for everyone here. And for those who can't see, this says Snowco Loco, summer of '76. So those will be available in the reception right after the program, which I believe is going to be under the big tent. So just another special treat. All right, with that, now we get to announce the winners. Thanks to all of our competitors and judges and coaches and mentors. This is the time when I get to say whether you're the biggest winner of prize money tonight is not the determinant of whether you're going to be a great entrepreneur or your business is going to succeed. It also, every one of you is going to have our support no matter what for whatever you do with your entrepreneurial journey. So, all right, I don't know who the winners are, so somebody here is going to help me out. This is a good opportunity for me to thank the team, Ben Zimmerman, Aveline Argo, and Jacob Stiglitz, who work all year round making entrepreneurship a big deal here. Thank you, Aveline. All right. First off, we have the People's Choice Award. Thank you, everyone, for voting for this. And a $5,000 prize for People's Choice goes to Orbit. All right, and just stick around after your photo. All right, we have a few finalist prizes. Our first finalist prize for $5,000 goes to Enna Health. All right, and our next finalist prize for an additional $5,000 goes to Open Grid. Photographer will tell you guys where to stand here. All right. By the way, you can find a really big ATM and take those too. All right. We have a fourth place prize for $10,000. Goes to Soul Step. All right. The third place prize for $15,000 goes to Georgetown Reuse. All right. And we had a tie for third place, so another $15,000 check goes to Shonda. You may have noticed the dollars are adding up a lot here. This is probably a good moment for me to add additional thanks. Ted wrote us a note that he liked the competitors so much that he added an additional $25,000 to tonight's prize pool. All right, so another third place tie for $15,000 goes to Celeb. Now we get down to the final two. They're both kind of big checks. So for $25,000, our runner-up is Orbit. All right. And that leaves us with $30,000 top prize to Reservoir. All right. And that is the end of our formal program. We do have a reception with snow cones out under the tent. We invite everyone to go there right away, except our judges and coaches. We want our judges and coaches to stick around for another big group photo. But we ask everybody else, please head to the reception. And thanks for coming out for BarkTank.